Happy Wednesday afternoon, almost evening here in Raleigh. Hope you guys are doing all right. Hope you guys are having a wonderful week so far. Finally home, back here at RDU. So a big welcome home. So thank you guys for tuning in. Whoops. As I keep moving the camera around, I'm trying to get resituated here. Got a lot of them flying some odd flight paths in this evening. United from SFO. There must be some storms off to the northeast or the northwest of the airport here. SFO come in from the south. Our Alaska Airlines is coming in from the southeast. Oddly enough, flying around quite a bit. We do have WestJet flying in from the south as well. So there must be a pretty substantial storm off to the north of the airport here. To the north and the west. So again, a good afternoon, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Comes Alaska Airlines coming in from Seattle. Yesterday this was the Toontown livery, the Disneyland Toontown livery. Unfortunately I wasn't able to make it out here. I didn't have any catches on my shirt pockets. Wasn't able to make it out here yesterday for that one. All of my equipment chilling at home after our big Dulles trip. Alaska 582. Thank you for the support. Alan Lee sends a £5.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Alan. Give me a second, I'll get you up on the screen here in just a second. To catch our first arrival of the evening. Seems that it's gotten very, very windy so far this evening. Not bad for us. I feel a couple of raindrops, I feel like, coming off this one cloud here. Maybe I'm crazy. But definitely feel a couple of raindrops, feels like. Hopefully the cloud cover will stick around for the remainder of the evening. I don't think it will. The clouds are spotty this afternoon. As long as that breeze keeps up, I think we'll be A-okay. So you see a Velo over here. This one at the customs gate. This one coming from down south. Can't remember which flight this is. Got an E-175, looks like they're about to head to the penalty box. So again, happy Wednesday everybody, and hump day. The week is almost over already, halfway over. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the Dulles shows this past weekend. I know that I enjoyed our Dulles show. Hope to make it back to Dulles in the future. We've got United 1486 coming in from Houston. This is going to be a 737 at 900. That one on final now. We have have an exec jet departing. We have WestJet off to the west, coming in from Calgary. Tripod is about to kick the bucket again. I can't seem to keep tripods. It really stinks how quickly they go away, but that's because of the heat. So that United from Houston, United 1486. Got an American Airlines on final here, probably from Charlotte. Let's take a look here. American, nope, coming from Dallas. American 1888 from Dallas, Fort Worth. Yeah, Miss Carolina doing some things this evening, so she'll be in and out. Her and I, we're talking about it. She really wants to be a part of the show, so she really enjoyed Saturday and Sunday being in the chat, talking with each and every one of you. So she's going to try to be in the chat more. She is behind the scenes all the time. She's just not always active. But she said she wants to be a little more active with you guys. So Miss Carolina busy this evening, but she will be in and out. So again, good evening, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Hopefully you guys are having a good week so far. We've got our 2 777s here, one going back to Paris and the other to London here in a few minutes. Should be around about 5 minutes here for France here, Air France. Got that American 1888 on final. Six-speed life, yeah, I know. I saw that. Me and Miss Carolina were talking about that. No shoes off. That's good when you pass through TSA now. So there's American 1888. Again, this one from DFW. Tonight I'm in a little bit of a different location, but I'm back in our original location. So now we can actually see JetBlue up close as they push back and do all of their things. Yeah, I don't know that that'll ever come back, allowing people to go past TSA again like it used to be. We've got a Velo coming in. We'll check on this one. Oh no, WestJet coming in from Calgary over here on this side. I saw a Velo over here a minute ago. I thought this was it. WestJet coming in here behind us. Again, this one coming up from Calgary. No Swoop livery today. We saw Swoop on Friday. We also saw that 747-400 here Friday afternoon. That Atlas Air 747. And then, of course, if you guys have been following all of the thumbnails from all of the shows, you saw the Queens and the Kings. Again, wonderful weekend in Dallas. Wonderful Friday night here with the 747 Swoop and, of course, the fireworks on Friday night. So I'm glad that all of you guys enjoyed Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Nice long marathon there for you guys last weekend. Got a couple lining up out at the end. Looks like there might be a Delta out there, as well as that American that we saw a moment ago headed out that way. Thomas, good evening. Judd Goldberg, welcome to business class. Thank you so much for joining the memberships. Enjoy the emojis we have. By the way, we do have the 3 new emojis this week. Air France, Air Canada, and Lufthansa. I had a Velo too, but we don't see a lot of a Velo. Speaking of a Velo. So I had to make a sacrifice. He sent us 4, but we could only put up 2. So we removed our CRJ. Emoji. And it's not Delta, it's JetBlue and an E190. I saw this one push back here just before I started the show. And again, I apologize for the extra shakiness. Got another tripod on the way out. It's because they live in the car. If my tripod didn't live in the car during the day, probably wouldn't have this problem. And with the temperatures over 100 degrees here, especially in the car. I know today, I think the feels like was like 101 or something here at the airport. I try to park in the shade as much as I can. Thank you so much, Zoe, for that membership milestone. Thank you, Brian, for the lovely streams. And it was good to see you on 4th of July. Good to see you as well, Zoe. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. That Velo is still sitting over there waiting for their departure. Need to give you some details on those last 2 departures. JetBlue headed to Boston. JetBlue 2184 out to Boston. American Airlines NA at the moment. Let's find out what they have. Still NA for was American Airlines 2693. They're headed to Dallas Fort Worth, and that's 737-8. So we had one land from Dallas, one headed out to Dallas. Go. Looks like our internet service is returning right as soon as I hit the go live, but it decided to drop out a little bit. Find out where Avelo's headed here. You can see it is quite windy here this afternoon. Quite breezy. Winds out of the east, almost blowing across. Tech for Home, thank you for your support with your memberships. Thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying the shows, Luca. We got an SUV in the way, just like we always tend to have here. We should have our pushbacks any time now out of our two big heavies here, American and Paris. As a matter of fact, I can't see London, so I don't know if they've got any movements yet. Where we're standing today makes it difficult to see our London departure. Trying to steal me a wire cord here. Gotta pin up this microphone cable here. It's all behind me and getting tugged on. Alright, let's see. Eli. Alright, let's see where Avelo's headed. Avelo headed to New Haven. There we go. Here she comes. Air France. Pushing back in that 777. GE90s. The smaller GE90s, but nonetheless, the GEs. Alright. Let's enjoy the 777. Thank you, Walter. Good to be back here at RDU. Really enjoyed the stream there in Dulles. Enjoy. Thank you guys for using those emojis. Thank you, Angeli, for the update. Hopefully that's not the case. If it is, we might be in trouble here, because I did pick the roof tonight, because it did say we didn't have too much of a chance for rain this evening. Make sure you guys smash the like button. We're trying to get to 150 tonight. Hopefully way more than that. 95 folks watching. Make sure you guys smash the like button, please. And thank you. Greatly appreciate you guys spending your Wednesday evening at RDU with me. Likes so far. Thank you guys. Continue to smash that like button. checked on the American 777. Still no movement out of that one. We've got an A319 on the move. I think this one's headed to Philadelphia. Hello, good evening. Again, a huge welcome in, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. Avello on the push as well. I think Avello is going to go up the hill here just behind us as our 777 gets a move on. This one back to Paris. Delta lining up at the end. Looks like an A320. Give you guys that information there on the American A319. They're headed to Miami. 1 hour and 38 minutes estimated flight time. Delta down there at the end also headed to Florida. Delta 1275 headed to Tampa. It's going to be another A319. There's our A319. Hopefully Delta here will take off early, just like American did. Good evening. I do believe Avello here is going to be pushed up the hill. What do you guys think of the audio? Does everything sound okay? Does that sound right? Everything, I'm not too low, planes aren't too loud. Do we leave the audio where it is? Do we change it? What do you guys think? I don't want to be too loud. I don't want the planes to be too loud. I want a perfect mixture. I am listening to what's going on now. It sounds okay to me. But everything I hear in my ears is a little bit different than what you guys hear. So let me know what you guys think. We're going to leave it cranked up, though, for the Air France 777 departure. we can get before the departure of Air France. I don't know how many likes I'm at right now currently, but let's see how many likes we can get before the departure of this one. We also still have the American 777 up for departure here in just a little bit. They have yet to push back. We'll see them here shortly though. Safe travels to Air France back to Paris. Again, no movement from our 777 just yet, I don't believe. I'd have to walk back over and find out. No, maybe not. I can see it from here. Still no gate movement, it doesn't look like. So the American 777 yet to push back. They were supposed to push back around 6:30, 6:35, but of course, Air France, they're leaving a little on the late side. Thank you, Rail Stalker. Yeah, that's what someone else said, that we got some storms brewing off to the west. Hopefully they stay free and clear. Looks like they're off to the northwest of us at the moment, just above Avello here. The clouds not looking so hot, but they say they're moving northeast, so hopefully they'll continue to stay that way. Again, I am up on the roof tonight because I wasn't anticipating any kind of weather this evening, so we're going to hang out here. If it rains, try to do all I can to cover the equipment. May end up having to call it, but fingers crossed we don't. Again, make sure you guys smash the like. 150 likes is what we're going after. 132 folks watching. Thank you guys for spending your Wednesday evening here in North Carolina as Avello creeps up the hill. Now this one coming from the Caribbean somewhere, I believe, earlier in the day. That's why they were at the customs gates there. Carolyn, good evening. Hope you're doing well. John Southwell, good evening. You just missed WestJet's arrival a few minutes ago. So WestJet arriving a little while ago. What do we got going on over here on the GA ramp tonight? Anything interesting? That one there looks interesting. All right, now we just wait for the American 777. What's going on down here at JetBlue? We got a Delta on the move as well. So let's hang out with JetBlue for a minute here while I take a look at flight radar. Yeah, Paris. That Paris flight taking off to the left out of here. I guess those storms are bad enough that they're going to move away. They're going to go the other way. Got a FedEx 767. So everything looks a little on the delayed side this afternoon. Everybody making big movements around the weather around the airport here. So right now, FedEx making a long loop out away from the airport here, just to the north. Also got an American doing the same thing. So some of our arrivals, while not delayed per se, just going to be a little bit behind schedule here. Got that Delta 737, more than likely headed back to Atlanta, possibly our Salt Lake City flight. Heathrow Joe, good evening. Yeah, looks like, while not delayed, but they are going to be a little on the slow for the intake here with the storms off to the northwest of the airport this evening. Still no movement out of American 174 Heavy. Still hanging in at the gate. Figure out who that is on final. Could be an exec jet. Ooh. Got a Velo sitting over here on the hill. So they're trying to tow it back over to the other side. Get this one back in on main line here. I'm sure they'll get this one up and back on service. Again, this one coming in from the Caribbean, somewhere down there, earlier this afternoon, using the international gate, the customs gate over here. Could not have asked for better weather. It is really hot, but with the wind being as high as it is tonight, things feeling good. You can see the windsock there in the upper right-ish corner, just above the cockpit of a Velo there. You can see how quickly the wind is blowing. So again, this one not on flight radar. 787 Dreamliner is diverting to RDU 15 minutes out. Thank you, Drew, for that update. So it looks like we got a United Dreamliner coming in at diverting. Not this one. I don't know what this one is. If you guys have any info on this one. Looks like an American Eagle. Kind of feel like I'm in DC all over again with the United 787 Dreamliner. We saw quite a few of the United Dreamliners. Saw a ton of United 767s. This one a diversion as well. Thank you. Wind is quite gusty up here. the Delta out at the end of the runway. Hopefully we're not having any issues. Are you guys having issues with the playback? It looks like I'm having issues with the playback, but it could be because I'm on the computer. Hopefully no issues. We've got that FedEx 767 now arriving here in just 20 minutes. Hopefully you guys aren't having any issues with the service here. It is very, very windy up here, by the way. I don't know if you guys can hear the wind, but it is very, very windy at the moment. Southwest Airlines getting a move on here. Let's see where good old Delta's headed. NA at the moment. That's kind of what I was wondering about. If there was any kind of stutter. Not having any issues with service, so I don't know what the deal is here. I did for like a split second. Computer's running normal. Could be YouTube itself. I know I was watching a show the other day, a live show, and they were talking about YouTube is still having issues with stuttering. Freaking all of us content creators out thinking that we're having problems when it's on YouTube's end. We got our eyes peeled looking for that Dreamliner, that 787 out there, just going to be before our 767 from FedEx. So we got a United 787 on the way in. Diversion. Southwest. To move on here. It definitely isn't looking too great off to the west as far as the weather goes. Here's that American Eagle diversion. So again, good evening everybody. Hopefully we're not hearing any wind. I don't hear it in the other microphone, but it is very windy here at the airport. As you can see down here with the trees just below us, a lot windier than we've had in the last few weeks, which is good for me. I'm not up here sweating myself to death. So again, this diversion Supposed to be headed to Greensboro. Really windy up here. So this Dreamliner arrival might be quite interesting because we're going to skip off of that. You guys want to see why? There you go. Everybody's going to be crabbing. You can see our flags straight out and straight to the west. The wind blowing straight across the field today. Very kind of gusty this afternoon as well, so should be interesting for our next couple of arrivals. So let's see, Southwest, they're headed to Houston, Southwest 1709. That's the one we just spotted departing. We've got our American Airlines, Republic Airways 4427. That one's going to be following our Dreamliner, I think. Again, I have our flight radar set up for RDU and RDU only. Oops, I'm getting text messages from Miss Carolina. Sorry I missed your message, Miss Carolina. So Miss Carolina asking you guys some questions there in the chat. See, but you can see how quickly those flags are blowing. The windsock now straight out as well. Off to the other side. So we're going to try to highlight Miss Carolina's questions. If you guys will, if you guys want to follow along with Miss Carolina in the chat, she's got some interesting questions, trivia, and other things going on for you guys in the chat this evening. Molly with the updates, 171 departures, 172 arrivals today. Thank you. There you go. Molly with Miss Carolina with an RDU trivia question. So Miss Carolina's trying to keep everything nice and fun for you guys here. Looks like we got another diversion. I don't believe this is our Dreamliner though. It's not. This looks like a CRJ. Vincent, good evening. Hey, 138 folks watching. Thank you guys. Make sure you guys smash that like button while you're here, please, and thank you. Getting some diversions here. This is another, looks like a Delta diversion. Gonna fight that strong wind here this afternoon. AKA John answering Miss Carolina's question. John Southwell as well. Robbie Batista, good afternoon. So is this one going to be our Dreamliner? Don't think so. This one looks small too. Looks like another diversion. Looks like another possible Delta or American diversion here. So lots of diversions coming our way. Got that FedEx 767 getting ready to be on final. Look at this guy. Look. This guy completely sideways to the runway here. If he's pointed at our camera that much, he is sideways looking at the runway there. The folks on the right side of that aircraft looking down at 2-3 right. There you go again, Miss Carolina with the fun facts tonight. Nice, smooth, and dainty touchdown for the Delta CRJ. Yeah, Vincent, the winds are really strong at the moment. JetBlue pushing back. Good look at the Mantis here that is Delta. The American 777 has a push back, ready to go. Thought I heard those Trents starting up over there. We've got that JetBlue that's pushed back here just below us. They've been pulled out to that start line. Looks like our Dreamliner here is on final. We do have that United Dreamliner. After that, it's going to be an American from LaGuardia, Republic Airways 4427, followed then by the FedEx from Memphis, Tennessee. Is this our Dreamliner? Look at how sideways that Dreamliner is. You guys think I'm playing? Look at that. If he's head on with the camera, he's sideways to the runways. So very, very gusty winds here this afternoon. I was not expecting any winds today. So very gusty afternoon here. Again, I feel like we're in Dulles again. We're going to have this 787 followed by a 767 here in just a minute. Saw a lot of that both Saturday and Sunday. Love the wing flex of the Dreamliners. I don't know if this one will go to the gate. I think, I don't know if Air France took their tow bar back with them or not. I don't think so though. So there's a possibility this might go to the gate. Watch these wings settle down here. One of my favorite parts of the Dreamliner. Very, very smooth touchdown for the Dreamliner. Again, this one a diversion. We got Republic Airways up next. Our arrivals are going to be fantastic. And of course, we'll turn up the volume again for our 777 here as it gets ready for departure here. That one should be on the move here anytime. Now this one is scheduled for RDU. This one coming from LaGuardia, Republic 4427. Again, it is going to be followed by the 767 from Memphis, Tennessee. You can see how dark the sky is behind our American Eagle here. Storms moving across off to the northeast, just north of the airport. So again, if you guys are just joining us, please make sure you guys smash that like button. Trying for 150 likes tonight, but I think we could get to 200 really, really quickly. 180 folks watching. Thank you guys for watching the show. Did have that Dreamliner just touch down. Again, I don't know if it'll go to a gate. If it does, it'll go to this corner gate right here in front of us, possibly. I know that Air France brought a tow bar for the Air France Dreamliner. So we'll see what happens with that. We've got Delta on the move. Looks like that E-175 that was put in the penalty box earlier waiting for their departure time. Thank you, Molly, for that update. 112 likes. Now on to our 767 from Memphis. A Dreamliner, a 767, and then a 777. So pretty nice here for the 7 o'clock hour. Nice way to start the 7 hour. It's our American 777. You guys saw it there. Headed out and ready to go. Alright, so FedEx touching down. We got JetBlue out there at the end of the runway, getting ready for their departure. JetBlue 86 headed to JFK. We've got Southwest 3241 coming in from Houston over on 23 left. Let's see how they're handling the winds on this side. 6 touchdown for Southwest. Got that 767. We'll take a peek at it in just a minute. Next arrival is going to be an American 1891. This one coming in from Miami. This one an A319-100. Go over and get our other heavy here. Nice. Again, Miss Carolina in the chat tonight with the fun facts. So you guys make sure, shout out Miss Carolina. Trying to keep you guys engaged, have fun with each and every one of you guys. Swinging that A319 around a little bit there. These high winds. Again, very, very gusty winds here this afternoon. Weather's clear as far as right here at RDU. No worries or concerns at the airport. Just off to the west, got some weather to the north and the west. Thank you, Molly, for the update. 122 likes. So make sure you guys smash the like button. JetBlue up next. Going to be our next departure here. JetBlue 86 back to JFK. I don't know where our Dreamliner went. Don't know if that Dreamliner found a gate or what the deal is. I can't see it from my vantage point, but it looks like it's on the other side of the terminal. Alright, off with JetBlue 86 back to JFK. Alright, the American 777 up next. Enjoy. American 777 leaving a bit heavy, looks like. Not getting off the ground like the other one did earlier. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 1326 coming in from Dallas-Fort Worth, another 737-800. 2 hours and 22 minutes of flight time for this one. It's going to be followed by another American. You've got several out here, again, avoiding weather. The one from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, man, oh man, if you guys are following along on Flight Radar, definitely avoiding that storm out there around Greensboro this afternoon. Making a long trek to the south and coming back up the other direction here. So the clouds to the northwest not looking too great. The winds here pretty strong. Matt Man, good evening. Again, good evening everybody. Welcome to our Wednesday show. We got that 787 Dreamliner here on the ground for United Airlines. So we'll be here for that departure a little later on this evening. So our second DFW flight arrival this afternoon. We had one departure to DFW earlier. Perfect landing for American 1326. Bridget Klaus with a €149. Thank you so much, Bridget Klaus. Bridget Klaus, a huge supporter again as well. Always here watching our shows, no matter how late it is there in Germany. Always watching the show. Thank you, Bridget. There's our American from Dallas. Next arrival, they're flying in all kinds of weird patterns here at the moment. Republic Airways 4399 is going to be our next arrival. It's going to be an E175 from Matt Man's neck of the woods. 1 hour and 45 minutes of flight time from Chicago O'Hare. Delta 737 on the move. I believe this one's headed to Atlanta. Could possibly be our Salt Lake City flight. Delta headed to Atlanta. That's Delta 2600. That's 737 at 900. Next up is going to be another Delta. This is going to be Delta 3246 coming in from Atlanta. It's going to be another 737-900. That one out. Good ways off in the distance there. A little 2-for-1 shot there. Looks like the American Eagle right behind this one. You can see they're still coming in as sideways as possible. Still fighting that wind coming in from the east. So some crab action here this afternoon. So again, good evening, everybody. If I miss anybody's messages, I do apologize. We are a little busier than normal here this evening with some of the diversions and such happening right now. So if I miss anyone's messages, I do apologize. Miss Carolina with another poll question. MD-11, that's a good choice. I do love the MD-11. Speaking of the MD-11, we should be, unless the rain shuts us down, we should have the MD-11 departure tonight around at 9:15, unless it gets delayed. 9:15, 9:17. So if you guys are still awake and hanging out, tune in for the MD-11 departure later this evening. So here we go. This is Republic Airways, another one. 4514 coming in from Pittsburgh. If you guys are following this one on Flight Radar, you can see what a wild route this one took to get around here to us. Trying to avoid those storms off to the west. If you guys are new, smash that subscribe button. It's free. Come back, watch whenever you want, whenever you can. We're here Wednesdays and Sundays as of late. So make sure you guys come and watch us again. We'll be here on Sunday. We're going to do our long show on Sunday. course, don't forget to smash the like button. Got a United on the move. I don't believe that's our Dreamliner, though. Again, if you're just joining us, we do have a 787 Dreamliner here for United. I'm going to have to step away from the mic and go over and look and see if I can see where it's at. Looks like we got another diversion here. This next arrival not on my flight radar. As you saw, that United 737. Don't know if we were on the right spot for that lightning, but there was some lightning off to the north. Looks like a possible CRJ. So quite a few diversions here this evening. 134 likes. Thank you, Molly, for the update. Away from our goal, right? Yeah. This looks like an American CRJ, ERJ. This one definitely a diversion. Especially if it's the ERJ. We don't get the ERJs here at Raleigh, Durham. So there we go. This one, definitely. All right, Brigade Klaus, have a wonderful evening. Sleep well. No worries at all. Thank you for watching the show as always. One of our wonderful, wonderful viewers. Always here. Lives in Germany. She's always watching the show when she can. So something a little unusual here. American Airlines looks like an A319 getting ready to move on out of here. Our E175s in. That A320 is headed to Philadelphia. That is American Airlines 1441 to Philadelphia. Got a couple more sitting out there waiting for their departure. Got that United out there. Delta, it looks like. Got to be mindful here of lightning, by the way, like a lightning rod up here on the roof. So we saw one flash of lightning a moment ago. Looks like there's some more thunderstorms forming over to the north and the east of the airport. Big old cumulonimbus clouds over here to the east. See you, Zoe. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I want to know where our Dreamliner went. Again, I'll have to put the mic down and go find out. We do have WestJet here as well. That one is going to depart here shortly, I think. I think they depart around 7:30, 8 o'clock. I should have Iceland here tonight as well. Speaking of, yes, Iceland doing that weird turn off to the west. looks like our next arrival that's not a diversion is going to be Republic Airways 9946. It's going to be an E170 coming in from Philadelphia. So back-to-back Philadelphia arrivals here. Yeah, Matthew, I'm back in Raleigh. Back home after that magnificent weekend in Dulles. Delta, looks like we're going to have some rapid fire departures here between United and Delta. Yeah, I thought. I don't know how close it's going to be. Yeah. Alright, so United 2407, that is a 737-900. They're headed to Houston. Delta up next, our next departure. FedEx ATR getting ready to be on final here in about 5 minutes. The wind is kind of dying down a little bit. We've got several more out at the end of the runway. We've got a Delta headed out there, along with, I think it was an American headed out as well. So several more departures up. So let's find out where a Delta's headed. That Delta's headed to Minneapolis. Delta 2699 out to Minneapolis. Again, our next arrival is going to be Republic 9946 from Philadelphia. That one arriving here in just 1 minute. That one's an E170 SE. That the Dreamliner is parked over on the south cargo side. Yes it is. They finally moved it over to the cargo side of that Dreamliner. So we'll have that that Dreamliner departure here later on this evening, depending on what time they get out here. Yeah, Iceland might go around just south of the airport. We'll see what they decide to do. Chapel Hill flooded again. Is that today or from the other day? I know it is raining pretty significantly off to the west of the airport. So John says the Dreamliner should be wheels up by 7:49. So about 20 more minutes here. We'll see if that is the case. They're waiting on storms to pass through their final destination. I believe that's what their diversion is for. Oops. E170, again, this one from Philadelphia. I am on top of the parking garage. We don't do too many shows from the observation deck, especially on a Wednesday night. Would be hard for us to do. Now we do some shows from the parking lot down beside the observation deck when we have issues getting up here on the parking garage. And we do that because, well, obviously we can't make it up here, so we got to do what we can to go down to that spot down there. We've done that a couple of times. It's decent. It's a decent spot. They got the fence in our way most of the time, unfortunately. But you get to be up close. To the planes. Dang, 1.26 inches of rain in the last hour. Good gosh. So everybody off to the west getting hit pretty hard at the moment. We haven't had anything here at RDU yet. As a matter of fact, it is quite nice, actually. I was honestly worried on whether or not we were going to get this show off the ground here. We got that FedEx ATR coming in from New Bern. It's got that thing pitched nose down. .141 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. 9 away from our goal tonight. It's FedEx ATR handling the wind like a champ. Hold it nose down right up until the last moment there. Go from that one and we go over to Delta. The departure of this A319. From Pittsburgh. That Dreamliner still chilling over there on the cargo ramp. Can't tell if they're doing anything to it or not. I don't know if they've got a gate for this this American Eagle right here. Let's check on Iceland. So we were talking about Iceland a moment ago. Actually, let's check on our 2 departures here. American 1888 headed to DFW, that American departure. Delta 1407 headed to Detroit, that A319. Iceland is out here making circles. So Iceland in a holding pattern at the moment. They've made one loop. They are out of here. They're diverting it to Washington. So they're going to divert to Washington Dulles, which makes no sense. But I guess the storms are just north of the airport here, causing problems. And as you can see, we got WestJet headed back to Calgary. Got that fire truck sitting down there. WestJet headed back to Calgary. Right? Like, I don't understand why they diverted back to Dulles, I should say. But they are headed back to DC. That's a 40-minute flight. I think they could go somewhere closer, like Charlotte. So finally getting the official WestJet here for the first time. We saw Swoop here on Friday. I didn't know United did that. That's cool. I like that. So hopefully you guys saw that Swoop livery on Friday for WestJet. So John Iceland has made a turnaround and headed back to Washington Dulles. At ERJ made their way up the hill, headed to another penalty box. We're going to have planes everywhere, I have a feeling. If we keep getting all these diversions, well, we shouldn't get any diversions now if they're diverting away from us here currently, but that ERJ 145 sitting up at the top of the hill here, waiting to make their way out. Still lightning off in the distance, just northwest of the airport, I should say. There's our ERJ waiting to leave. So yeah, lots and lots of diversions here. A couple of United's gonna go brave the weather, looks like. Thank you guys, 152 likes. More lightning off to the north and west. See the wind starting to pick up again. This 737 gonna leave heavy here. Got an E175 pushback. very a decent show. I think we've got more viewers tonight than we had in Dulles at any one time. I think we peaked at 150 viewers on Sunday for Sunday's Dulles show. I think we peaked tonight at 198. I think that's as high as I saw it go. I thought we were going to reach 200 viewers tonight. Not quite there. Yeah, it's not a pretty sight here at the moment. Doesn't look like any of it's going to affect us directly, unless there's some off to the south that I can't see. But right now, I'm just glad we're not out here in the sun, hot sunlight. Frying equipment. A lot of planes just sitting around here, it looks like. WestJet's still sitting down there. So I gotta take a look at the radar here, because if we have storms coming, we've got to do something. We've either got to move or we've got to end the show here. I don't want to risk getting any of our equipment wet and damaged. Dang, that is pretty severe storms over there to the west. Looks like they're going to flare up here about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Whoops. Is that affecting what you guys are seeing here? Hold on, give me 1 second, because if we need to move, I need to make a blank screen here. Alright. You guys will still be able to kind of hear what's going on, but if I need to move, I need to have a blank screen for you guys. Yeah, looks like everybody's gonna hold off here. Got one departure, looks like a United. Dang. For one night, I need some help. I got, Will is here hanging out. Could use the help here trying to move. I want to keep the show going here, but again, if we can't, we can't. Don't want to ruin any equipment or get struck by lightning. WestJet on the move. Hold on, I did that blank screen on purpose. I want to see something. I missed it in the playback, so I'm throwing that blank screen up here one more time. Here, really, really fast. I want to move it down just a little bit here. We might need to move. Hey, take your stuff and go down. So Will and I are working out a plan here. He's going to take his stuff down. He's going to help me move some of the equipment. So you guys will be without audio. You will be without visuals for a few minutes as we prepare to move downstairs. I want to keep the show going as long as possible until we get any rain coming in here. You know, if we move down, I think we'll be fine. I've got umbrellas, I've got all kinds of things, but we do want to move to a lower level here. So Will and I are going to work on getting moved. So again, you will lose audio and stuff here as we move. And I'm going to throw up a blank screen so you guys aren't, you know, getting sick here. But we are going to move downstairs. Hopefully we won't lose too much reception either in this process here. Yeah, we got one wicked line of storms coming, so that's why Will and I are going to get moved. All right, guys, stand by. We're going to start the moving process here. guys. Huge thank you to Will here for helping us out. We're going to turn down our ambient microphone because it is a lot closer to us now. Don't want any weird echoes. Thank you to Will for helping me get our equipment down a floor here. Extremely sweaty now. The humidity's gone up even more since we started the show. Whew. Looks like these storms are slow rolling. So thank you to those of you who stuck with us here during that very quick move. This is why I like having the setup that I have. I'm able to just pick up the tripod, computer, camera, battery, everything all in one and just come downstairs with the main portion of the setup. Had to make 2 trips though, had to carry the camera, and then we of course had to carry the big bag that I keep the soundboard in. So it looks like there's not a whole lot happening here, but I want to stick around for this storm as long as we possibly can here. So we may not have a whole lot of aviation action happening here, but looks like we might have some pretty good thunderstorms happening here. As you guys can probably hear the thunder rolling in here. Just a few minutes. I feel like I just had a workout. Carrying all of that stuff down here. Again, this is why we keep our show as small and tight as we do. We're able to move within a matter of minutes. So again, thank you guys for hanging in there, sticking with us. Will and I are both really sweaty. I did not expect to get... Yeah, it was like 2 trips up, down, and then... Oh, yeah. It is extremely humid now before the storm. So hopefully that storm will bring us some relief here in just a few minutes. Gotta make one quick adjustment here. We're gonna plug in the cell phone.
What's up, guys? I don't know if you can hear me, but what's up?
We do have some arrivals. It looks like we've got we're gonna have Mountain Air Cargo, the FedEx feeder from Ramona's neck of the woods from ILM, arriving here in about 7 minutes. We've got a couple others, a Breeze Airways, Frontier, and I believe American off just to the northeast of the airport here. So we'll have 3 arrivals. Yeah, now it's going to Norfolk. Yeah, because these storms are coming through here, and now everybody... The whole eastern seaboard is in this massive storm at the moment. All the way up to close to New York City. Dulles just had it. Dulles is just now getting out of it. You can see right there. Yeah. Dulles was in it for a while. Looks like one of those delayed by 3 hours from DC. Thank you, sir, the classic. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Again, I don't know how much more plane action we're going to have here, but I'm going to be here for this storm. Yeah, ugh. All sweaty and dirty still. So it has taken a turn for the worse. You guys are watching the radar. I know a lot of you are. But you can see how dark it is off to the west. Very, very, very dark. Those storms are coming. Now they may not hit here very hard, but they are definitely off to the north and west of the airport. Dude, they didn't push that American Eagle all the way out. Oh, he's moving gates. Or is he returning back to the gate? You guys can hear the thunder as this American Eagle makes its way back in. The ER 175 still over there, ERJ. Here comes our FedEx feeder. I gotta reset the camera here, make sure we level it back out. That is the one thing I have yet to do. The smaller of the two FedEx feeders here this evening. American A319. All right, let's try to level this up for you guys here really quick. Ooh, big lightning off to the south. There we go. Let's try to get it as level as possible. Again, we are on a lower level, a very sloped downturn here. There you go. You can see how bad it is to the west. The camera can't see it because the thing is in the way, but right there at the pole, it is almost pitch black. You can see the lightning there off to the south and west here. Let's try to widen up this shot as much as possible. This is where we need a video camera for real instead of using our DSLR, but the DSLR works, so it's what we use. Got a Delta CRJ headed up the hill. We had that E175 pull into the gate. We had that other one make that U-turn, that E170. That was a diversion earlier. This is probably the darkest I've seen the clouds in a long time. Very scary looking off to the west. So again, we've had a lot of lightning off over here. I got my umbrella here, I got my tarp here to cover things just in case things do really hit the fan here in just a little bit. And we can always pull everything back too. Got somebody else here on final. Looks like it's going to be Breeze Airways coming in from Portland. Moxie 745. 1 hour and 39 minutes of flight time for this one. This is also an A220-300. I would absolutely love to be in the air right now. Coming in, watching that storm roll in. So, the darkest part has. You can see the water tower there. All of those dark clouds accumulating. Looks like that A319 about to get a move on here, that American Airlines. It's gonna go ahead and go for it, try to get out of here as quickly as they can. That was a good shot. That A319 is standing out against those really, really dark clouds. No worries, Greg. Have a good evening. You can see he's leaning heavily to the right. Wind still kind of high here. You can see all the trees moving around down there. The camera really does not do it justice out there how dark that actually is. Got another one coming in. It's going to be Republic Airways 9773. This one coming in from New York. LaGuardia. 1 hour 23 minutes of flight time for this E175. We've got another E175 rolling out. All that contrast. Big climb out for that E175, trying to get above the storm off to the south. As you can see, there's our Republic Airways coming in from LaGuardia. The one departing, they're headed back to Pittsburgh. Yo, Pip, what's up? You join us just in time for some pretty interesting weather here. We've got that, we still have that Dreamliner. Has that moved? No?
The L1 door is open though.
Is it?
So that fire truck.
They may try to bring out the air stairs to it. And, well, I don't know, with this storm rolling, they probably won't.
It does have a fuel truck as well, so.
So lots of interesting things happening here. This is definitely my kind of weather. Thank you, Pip, for hashtag just a tip. We'll put that up on the screen. Pip sending in $1.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. This one already just turning out and going straight up the hill to the penalty box. Gonna wait up there. No gate available, I assume. Reset that camera really fast after the move. I forgot to do that as well. Alright, so the next arrival looks like it's going to be Southwest. Southwest is going to come in on the right side here. Southwest at 207 coming in from Chicago Midway. This is a 737-700. This is a 7K9 in fact. That's what it's listed as, 737. 7K9. That E175 went up to the top of the hill and sat right in the taxiway. Hopefully Southwest here can get by them. Looks like we got Frontier coming in next. So who's going to be our special Southwest friend here? Max the Lynx livery on board this A321 here in just a minute. Max the Lynx joining us several times over the course of the last couple of weeks. As American Airlines decides to get a move on here in their 737. Our view of the 737s will be very, very limited now that we have moved down a floor. You'll see what I'm talking about here in a second. Will's head, the railing, and then of course that. What a contrast there. So Southwest headed up the hill at E175 from a minute ago. Again, parked right here. So Southwest is going to have to go around them as they make their way up the hill. We have that Frontier on a final now. Now Max coming in from LaGuardia, New York, 1 hour 25 minutes. Again, Max is on board the A321. So again, thank you guys for joining us. Please make sure you guys smash the like button here this evening. Trying to bring you guys all of this storm coverage here. Trying not to risk too much of the equipment. As you guys saw, we did already make that move down the hill. Southwest hitting the runway to get around that E175. That runway, I'm sure, is closed. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the ILS still doesn't work over there. It's been down for like 7 years. 5 or 7 years. So if they're having to use ILS, everybody will come in this side. So Max, welcome back, sir. You've been here a lot this past couple of weeks. Gonna try to, Patrick. We're gonna hang out here as long as we can, as you guys can see. Again, the camera doesn't do any of that justice. The camera's trying to light that up way too much. And it really shouldn't be, but it is. It looks like we have another arrival, Republic Airways from Nashville, Tennessee. Republic Airways 4596. This one coming in from the southeast. So they're making a big, huge arc to the south of the airport here at the moment. Had that A319 leave a little while ago. That one was headed to Miami. That last one, that 737-800, that's American Airlines 1217, headed to Dallas-Fort Worth. That's the third flight tonight to Dallas-Fort Worth from RDU this evening. So again, this is Republic Airways 4596 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. We also have Alaska Airlines popping up here on flight radar. Alaska leaving very, very late here. Alaska should have been out of here about 7 o'clock. Thank you, Ramona, for the update. Ramona says that United 787 Dreamliner is scheduled to depart around 9:30. So again, we're going to hold out for the MD-11 at 9:15. If that still happens, if the weather's not too bad. Fingers crossed. It won't be for that departure. Lots of lightning happening there to the left. Everything's going to quiet down here at the airport for a little bit. I think this E175 might make its way around here shortly. Oh yeah, Molly, if anything gets too severe, of course, you know, we'll back off and we'll end the show, of course. But as of right now, all of the storms so far out to the west and to the southwest here at the moment. So we're going to ride this out as long as we can. As long as things don't get wet, I think we'll be okay. We're no longer on the roof, so I don't think we've got that to worry about. Entering a very dark blue hour here. Don't know if, like I said, I don't know if when that Dreamliner is going to leave. They're saying 9:30 for that Dreamliner. Miss Carolina, I don't know how long I'm going to be here. Ooh, that was a pretty one. Man, that was cool. That was a good one, not gonna lie. Come on, Mother Nature, do it again. Nice big lightning strike right about there. Alright, we do have another arrival. Looks like Delta, this one coming in from Miami. Delta 2992. It's going to be another A319 arrival. It's really cool to be up here watching this storm. This is probably one of my favorite things right now. I love thunderstorms anyway. I love any kind of storm. And
it's like those past streams, like where it got dark at like 6 p.m. So we're just watching daylight or sunset.
Darkness, yeah. Oh, there was a good one. So there you go. Miss Carolina is going to give you guys some engaging topics to keep you guys busy. Ooh, another good one. Hopefully these are all on camera. I can't see them fast enough to know if you guys are actually seeing the streaks of lightning at the moment. You know, I would absolutely love to be a storm chaser. I love this kind of weather. Hurricanes, all that stuff. I've always been fascinated with weather.
Or you could just be like natural awesome.
Yeah. Even as a kid, I was really into the weather. Gonna leave it zoomed out here a little bit. Again, this is Delta 2992 coming in from Miami, Florida. Today 319 touching down safely. Hey, we got Alaska, one of our favorites here. Trying to get back to Seattle here. They're leaving late. Yeah, ain't that the truth, Dan? Ain't that the truth? I wouldn't be surprised if they're not out there shutting it down already. The observation deck here this evening. Gonna see Alaska Airlines make their way down the hill. Ramona Aviation, holy cow. Ramona Aviation with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Ramona Aviation. Thank you for letting me hang out with you at Dulles this weekend. Here's a little token of appreciation. Well, thank you, Miss Ramona. And I am enjoying all of your content there on Instagram that you've been posting from our trip to DC. So Miss Ramona, Miss Carolina, and myself, along with my youngest child, all went to DC over the weekend. If you guys were watching those shows. A huge thank you to Ramona. You can hear the wind blowing in here. And by the way, if you guys don't know, I've been out here several times during hurricanes. Hurricanes and stuff, they don't bother me. You can see the dust kicking up. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on the camera, but the wind has kicked up a lot of dust over here from the new runway section over there. Trees blowing around. You guys can hear the wind. Can't tell if it's raining down there at the end of the runway or if that's... Man, that's cold. You feel that? Holy cow, that's cold. Oops. Alright, our microphone has fallen. Hey, can you get that? The microphone has fallen in the wind. It looks like the rain is coming. Strong, strong winds here. This storm is on top of us now. What? The wind? Yeah, it's nuts.
I got you guys.
Ooh, that lightning off.
Say okay, boys. It is I, Will here, saving the day.
The wind blowing hard. Oh, we gotta go around southwest. Southwest tried, can't do it. Heavy, heavy gusts of wind. Southwest said nope.
Speaking of when I was in Iceland, oh, there's the Dreamliner. Speaking of when I was in Iceland, this is kind of like the weather when I got out of the plane. I was in shorts and short sleeves, and it was cold.
Dude, it got cold significantly quick. So that storm is... I see it. Alright, so I know this audio is a little off there with the wind blowing on it. So the Dreamliner is on the move. Oh man, it feels so good out here now.
Insane wind.
GT Caleb, good evening. Yeah, we've got... we get you guys' diversions from Charlotte when the weather hits the fan down there. And it's quite insane when you guys, all of Charlotte's stuff is here and the airport is packed full of planes. As you can hear the wind hitting pretty hard. You might need to lower that a little bit. There's a knob on it. See it? Lower that down some. hopefully it this way. Yeah. So Will's gonna lower that that microphone to try to get it out of the wind as much as possible. I don't know if he'll be able to hear us any better or any less.
Well, guys, this is one heck of a show. Better go viral, because it's rainy, thundering, lightning. For you guys, it's probably super bad, but for me, I'm enjoying this because it's windy and stuff. Windy.
I'm trying to get some of our equipment here covered up really fast, so you bear with me.
What you guys want to talk about to distract us from this rain?
How about that Dreamliner turning right there?
Oh yeah, look at that. Ah!
Aviation?
Yes.
Okay, I want to. Can I break it in?
Ah! If you're trying to cover it, put like the cover under the box, so.
That's what I do.
Hope y'all are enjoying this action. I picked the right day to come out here. Becoming a rainy Lucky Charm again. Woo! Big one.
That was a good one, yeah.
Alright, be right back. I'm gonna check the chat.
Dude, it feels so good out here right now. So much better.
It's better location.
I don't know if they're gonna make
Well, guys, looks like there's a stuntman on final trying to land.
felt like it for a second.
Delta from Boston.
I guess that was that.
Delta from Boston. Yeah, you might want to divert, little boy.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Hope y'all are liking this action. Ah. Feels kind of good.
That's impressive.
Usually that's the Southwest, but Delta did it.
So Jay, that United 787 Dreamliner is a diversion from somewhere else. I'm surprised they waited this long to pull it to the gate, being that they knew the storm was coming. I don't know why they waited so long. They kept it out on the east-south cargo ramp over there. Now they're trying to get her to the gate here. Still have that Alaska Airlines out at the end of the runway waiting for their departure. They should have been out of here a long, long time ago.
No, someone down, I think down at the end of the runway, the ground, no, that was someone up here. He said the weather's just, the worst is just to the west.
So it's a pretty slow moving storm.
LaGuardia. I wonder if it was that one that diverted in early. Because there's one that diverted from
I know, Molly, we're staying safe. We've got 200 people here.
Thank you
so-
guys. 195 likes. Please make sure you guys smash the like button. I'm trying to give you guys all of this storm coverage here. Feels absolutely amazing out here now after being oh so hot and humid.
There's a A319 that they never entered.
Big flash of light in there. Dang, number 7 for the most tracked flight for that Delta. It's number 7 on flight radar.
I was impressed.
I know, so was I.
He did a full Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah, he just
It was a perfect landing. There's 2 other Deltas that are just holding out there to the east.
Wait, what was 7 on Florida?
that Delta that landed a minute ago. I know, we haven't even hit the red yet. sacrifice my shirt.
Do it for the cause, my man. Dead battery coming up. Yep.
Trying to sacrifice the work shirt here. Hold on. As the rain is immensely hard here. Whoops, hit a button here.
Okay, microphone.
We will. Good to see you again. As always.
It's okay, microphone.
Hold on, I'm trying to put the rain jacket on here. It's the first time using this. It's been blowing around. I can't get the stupid thing on.
If you need to, I could sacrifice mine.
Plus the camera already being a little on the damp side doesn't help. Doesn't look like we're going to move the camera around too much here at the moment, but we're going to cover up.
That's weird. They're still not in the gate yet.
Well, they're on a ground stop, so they can't pull her in there. So the Dreamliner is stuck here, holding with that ground stop as we cover up our equipment here. Where does this Velcro attach? All right, there we go. Everything nice and protected. Yeah, all of it blowing right in here on us.
That traffic is all piled up.
Yeah, I'm trying to move it so that I don't have that water getting sucked up in the bottom of the bag. Alright, hopefully you guys can still hear us. Everything's good. No planes on final. Everybody holding.
I just made me some good soap and I'll be on.
Wow. It's probably one of the worst storms I've been here for.
I wouldn't be surprised if Crabtree isn't flooded.
Can you wipe the end of the lens off? I don't have anything to wipe it off with. That may or may not work. because his sweatshirt is wet. So
I got some leather.
uh-oh. I do have one heck of an issue here. So our battery is dead. I may have to run up to the car and grab another battery here. Hold on. Trying to think where it's at. Shoot, I don't even know where it's at in the car. I don't remember. It's not in the trunk. It's in the back seat, I think, or the front seat. Passenger side. I don't remember. Hold on. I got something you can take, though, if you want to attempt that, or I can go do it. I just don't remember where it's at, but I need it. So check the trunk. You can open it on the outside, and then check in the back seat or the front seat. I don't remember where I stuck it.
All I need is my own safe.
I honestly wasn't expecting this battery to die because this battery's been on the charger all day. So why it is dying, I have no idea. So again, that Dreamliner just sitting there chilling, waiting on this storm to end. We can't even see the end of the runway. So thank you guys for hanging in here with us while we wait out this weather delay.
So does the battery just look like that?
It's the big one like that one. Alright, so I'm going to turn away from the chat. I gotta keep this covered. Our keyboard is guys, our battery died. Give me 1 minute. We'll be right back. Alright guys, there we go. Had to go get the other battery. Went ahead and just moved the car. Alaska Airlines still sitting out there at the end of the runway. This Dreamliner finally making their way to the gate. No telling when this Dreamliner is going to depart. I'm trying to figure out what time it is here. 8:59. I don't believe we're going to have any more departures here this evening. So at least we caught the Dreamliner headed it to the gate. We may call it a night right here. So I don't think, let me look at flight radar here if I can get my phone back open without any issues.
He said Alaska might try to go because he's down there at 2
Yeah, he's been down there for a minute. So Alaska Airlines is lit up on flight radar. Alaska 572 trying to make their way back to Seattle. Taking them a hot minute here. Lots of planes in holding off in the distance. So possibly a lot of chaos. Some diverting to Myrtle Beach, Norfolk. LAX is still coming in strong. Air Canada is about to enter the holding pattern here. A second Air Canada. They got one that just entered. They got United in that holding pattern and Breeze as well. 25,000, 27,000, and 23,000 feet for Air Canada, United, and Breeze. All of them out there in holding at the moment. The storm moving off to the east here. So again, Miss Carolina giving you all kinds of fun facts. Chip Anderson with a super chat says thanks for all you do. Thank you so much for the super chat. You guys are absolutely amazing. I appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out with us this evening. Again, I'm not sure what all is going to happen here. We're under severe thunderstorm warning here until about, got rain up until about 11 this evening. Thank you again for the support. You guys are absolutely amazing. I appreciate the support. Looks like we got ops out here on the runway. Got to loosen everything up here so I can get my hand in here to make sure we can zoom. Big lightning flash there.
Have a good night.
Thanks, you too. Ops gonna make that round to check the runway, make sure it's good and clear, not flooded for departures. And of course arrivals, if we have any more this evening. As you can see, the Dreamliner is all the way to the gate now. Yeah, there's a good chance that they might wait and leave until in the morning. I'm assuming our MD-11 departure's been delayed. That one is supposed to leave here. So it still says estimated 9:15, so the MD-11 has yet to be delayed. So if the MD-11 rolls, we will stay for that departure. After that one, we'll probably stay for all of these arrivals here, and then we'll call it for the evening. So hang out with us if you'd like to. Again, we're going to try to capture all of these arrivals. I think we're through the worst of the storm. I think we can remove our rain jacket here. From the camera, nifty little device there, keeping our camera nice and safe. I'll have to put that in the car separately. They do. So we have the observation deck. You can also look it up as RDU Overlook or RDU Observation Deck. You can find all of that information online. It is just to the north and west of the tower right there. There is a public location. Opens at 9 a.m., closes at dusk. That dusk closing is the reason why we don't go up there during the week. We'd only be out here for a couple of hours at that point. Looks like we got a southwest. I'm gonna try to make a run for it. $209 likes. Thank you, Molly. And thank you guys for smashing the like button. Again, we're going to stick around, wait for these arrivals as long as they're not too late. Hopefully that MD-11 will depart as well. Well, this wasn't on my my list this evening. I didn't know we were going to have one heck of a storm. I'm so tired of the weather apps being wrong. They are never right. Ever. Every time I turn around, we're looking at the weather and it's like, oh yeah, no, blah, 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 blah. And then it does something, or they'll say it's going to, and then there you go, Miss Carolina with more of that trivia. Oh, thank you guys for answering her questions. She's trying to make the show fun for you guys there in the chat, especially when we're in these low bits here. I know the storm is exciting, but this is also fun for her as well. Miss Carolina trying to take a huge part in the show. So a huge thank you to my wife. Southwest said, nah, I'll do it. Let's go. All the moisture in the air making everything halo. See how hard it's still raining. I don't know if Alaska's going to go for it or not. They've still yet to make that move. That Dreamliner going to unload their passengers. Going to go through customs. You can see everybody is going through customs now, so they've got to wait it out. You can see everybody walking across. Again, that one from Athens, scheduled to be in Washington Dulles a little earlier this afternoon. So Ops making a couple more runs. Yeah, they were close. They were close to being home. Dulles got those storms before we did. I thought they would go back out, but the storms caught up to them here, so they ended up headed to the gate. I'm sure United will fly in some other planes later this evening and get them home, or get them back to DC. Or they may load them back up on the Dreamliner, send them back that way as well. Alaska Airlines, they've been here, they should have left it, God, I don't know, at like 6 o'clock, yeah. Or no, they got here at 6, so they came in a little bit late. They came in after we started. Normally they're here about 5:30. So they came in late. Alaska's still sitting out there at the end of the runway, waiting for their departure. As we watch the lightning and listen to the thunder roll here, wait to see if our MD-11 heads back to Louisville, Kentucky. See what Ops has to say. Ops will probably... There's Miss Carolina with the answer to her question. So still lots of planes out in holding. We're going to stay and try to capture those arrivals as they head in here this evening. Drew, good evening. Yeah, we're out here. We're braving the storm at the moment, as you guys can see. Like I said, lots of lightning. Thunder in the area. Dreamliner from United. Again, that Dreamliner from Athens. For those of you just joining the show, make sure you guys smash that like button. Again, a lot of planes diverting, a lot of planes in holding just to the northwest of the airport. Some out over the ocean, holding as well, I believe. So lots and lots going on here in just a little bit. We're not going to leave until we get all of the action coming in. Let's take a look at the tower here. While I check flight radar. I have almost double the people. Never mind. My Instagram has gone nuts too. It says 33. I don't know. Instagram is weird lately. Ooh, Our good friend Tony sending us in some messages here. I'll have to read those later. Huge shout out to Tony. He was actually out here and caught that Dreamliner arrival. So he's was posting some photos, sending me some photos of that Dreamliner's arrival. More ops over here at the GA ramp. Dude, Matt, man, I would absolutely love to be up in the tower. The view from the tower is absolutely stunning. You can see everything. Durham, Chapel Hill, downtown Raleigh. Who do we have here? Do we have Alaska getting ready to head back to Seattle again? Alaska should have been out of here a long, long time ago. Alaska back to Seattle tonight. That's true, Patrick. They are going to have that crew will time out before too long. If they haven't already, that may be the reason for bringing them to the gate. That crew probably already out. Ooh. Nice streaks of lightning here as we await Alaska's departure. LAX diverting to Charleston. Thank you, Joshua, for that. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Subscribe if you guys are new. We always enjoy seeing new faces. If you guys are just joining us, you join us during a big hold for this big thunderstorm rolling through the east.
Who gets the Alaska?
Me. Because it's already on the move. Alright, Alaska headed back to Seattle at 7:37 at 900. They're going to brave the storm. Definitely going to lose it here. Again, we are downstairs if you guys are just joining us. Surprised we got as much of it as we did. We had to move earlier in the evening. Alright, let's take a look at flight radar, see if anybody is coming in. If anybody's going to attempt this here. Storm seems to be past us. That MD-11 is still estimated for 9:15. Still no delays. So I expect our UPS MD-11 to Louisville to be out of here shortly. We've got Breeze Airways lit up back there. That one's getting ready to head to Fort Myers. We'll see what they decide to do. Southwest, it departed a moment ago. That was Southwest 1388. They're headed to Nashville, Tennessee. Got American from LAX, American 2462. According to mine, they are still coming in here. Here they come. Air Canada. We're going to have double Air Canada, United, Southwest, Southwest, Air Canada. Oh, dang, we're going to have 3 Air Canadas. We got 3 right now. All right. Jazz 673 coming in from Montreal. Jazz 838 coming in from Toronto. American, or this is actual Air Canada 1068 from Vancouver, and that MAX 8. I forgot about that one. Forget that one gets here so late at night. That one is on that 737 MAX 8 tonight. So Breeze diverting to Pittsburgh from LAX. I'm sure everybody has slowed down quite a bit. Christopher Brown, thank you so much, joining you from ATL, where there's 29 planes lined up waiting for takeoff. Weather just started here also. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. thank you guys for joining us tonight. I know there's not a lot happening right now, but again, with these big storms, we've got to be patient. I'm gonna try to stick it out as long as possible. 240 people watching and 226 likes. Thank you, Molly, for that update. This would have been a nice turn of events if it would have happened while we were in Dulles this weekend. Still need to post some shorts, especially that Saudi Formula E livery. That was an amazing livery over the weekend. That was Saturday's episode of the show. Jeff Davis also with a $4.99 super chat. Thanks for the fun show for your rainy day fund. Thank you so much, Jeff Davis, longtime viewer of the channel here. So thank you guys for the support. As you can see, the lightning's still hanging in there, so we're going to be in a ground stop for a while. I'm sure they'll allow our arrivals, but they're going to make them wait for gate services. So as you can see, breeze on the move here. Let's see if we can figure out where they're headed. This is the one headed to Fort Myers. Same, Ramona. I think the Lufty Queen departing right in front of us was definitely one of the big highlights of the Dulles show, as well as the Lufthansa landing in front of us, that A380. What a wonderful shot of Lufthansa this past weekend at Dulles. Definitely going to have to make Dulles more often. We need to get up there and I need to take a Monday off so we can do an all-day Sunday show and get that Emirates A380 as it comes in at 8:30 in the morning and departs around 10 a.m. We didn't see Emirates over the weekend, but saw him on flight radar. As the lightning continues on here. Breeze is going to make their run for it. Thank you, Molly, for listing all of our social medias as well as Miss Ramona's social media as well. If you guys haven't, go follow Ramona Aviation on Instagram. She has a ton of highlights from this weekend. Ramona hanging out with us this weekend in Dulles. Make sure you guys smash the like button here this evening. Subscribe if you're new. Always good to see new faces. And Breeze Airways off to Fort Myers. Who's going to be our first arrival? Is anybody going to attempt it yet? Air Canada from Toronto is Going to be first in line, it looks like. It's going to be followed by United. Plus we have the American Airlines flight from Los Angeles as the rain picks up here. So the rain getting heavy once again. You can see out there under the light how hard the rain is. The wind has finally subsided, thank goodness. That was one thing we were worried about, was the wind. And all of our equipment, we were able to keep everything nice and dry as of right now. Again, a huge welcome in, you guys. 246 folks watching. Thank you guys for joining us for this stormy Wednesday evening. Still no movement out of our MD-11, unfortunately. Haven't seen any signs of that. Again, everybody is on a ground stop at the moment, so I imagine unless you're already really completely ready to go, they're not going to push you out. I would assume, though, that the MD-11 was ready to go, though. Ops still making their rounds, as you can see there behind the Dreamliner. That is a United Dreamliner, if you guys are just joining us. Ooh, nice streaks of lightning across the sky there. So this Dreamliner came in from Athens, supposed to be in Washington Dulles tonight. But that diversion, everybody offloaded there. It sat for about an hour and a half over at the South Cargo ramp. You can see there the image of the bus, how much it is still raining. Hopefully they don't put all these ones that were in holding back in holding. American from LAX just off to the west of the airport here. Looks like they might attempt it. That is going to be American 2462 from Los Angeles. 4 hours, 43 minutes of flight time. Arriving now in just 5 minutes. So we'll see if they do decide to make that entry. Thank you, Molly. Molly says that MD-11, just pull it back some. This one, just straight back. The MD-11 is scheduled for 9:50 now. Oh, oh, easy, 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 easy. Oh, it's all right. Bring it here. Just bring it here. Both things. Gotta fix the microphone here. Ooh, big lightning streaks across the sky here. There you go. fixing our microphone here. Speaking of 747 passenger planes, if you guys missed Friday night's 4th of July special with the fireworks, we did have that 747-400 Atlas here Friday evening around 6:15. So make sure you go check out that episode last Friday. Here we go. So they are converging. Air Canada looks like they're going to be number one. Jazz 838 from Toronto going to be the first arrival here. That's going to be in the E175 SU. As Will and I are messing around here in the background. So Air Canada now, a couple minutes away. Man, that was a bright flash of lightning. Air Canada, 3 minutes away. Let's go look at the tower here while we wait, because you'll see Air Canada behind the tower. Maybe you guys will get some of these beautiful streaks of lightning that are crossing the skies. Miss Carolina posting another question for you guys. Ooh, that's a good question. So that direct flight from Vancouver started last month. Back in June. As a matter of fact, we were here for that first flight. We had it here on the show before RDU even posted anything about its arrival and departure the night. So they posted about it the next morning, and we were here the night before. Catching that Vancouver MAX 8 arrival. Yeah, so the storm's all around us. It looks like a lot of it's off to the east. A lot of it right above us. So it's been a good storm. It's been a nice slow-moving storm here this evening. Still lots and lots of lightning. Air Canada is on final now. We've got, looks like Frontier Max the Lynx. Gonna make his way up the hill here. Oh yeah. And check to make sure our lens isn't completely dirty here. Wipe it off. So give me just a second. There's Air Canada coming through the clouds. So the haze is going to the rain is going to throw off our focus here. can see it's still raining really, really hard in the distance. My camera's doing a really good job at keeping up with that, that's for sure. Adjusting that ISO and everything. Everything is blurry though. I don't understand what the deal is. Oh, there it goes. A little bit sharper there. Alright, next arrival is going to be that arrival from LAX. So again, I do apologize for the blurriness. The camera did get wet earlier, and I don't know if that's the culprit. I can't see the end of the lens, being that it's dark, but try to clean it off one more time here, and also the atmosphere doesn't help. So this is American Airlines 2462 coming in from Los Angeles. 737-800. Whoops. Release the camera there. Max the Lynx is still hanging out over here, waiting for his departure time. Hiding there, just behind the trees. Next arrival is going to be United at 2424, coming in from Chicago O'Hare. Still wouldn't be an episode of this show without a fire truck. arrivals in the next 17 minutes. Thank you, Molly. Again, we're still waiting on that MD-11 departure. Looks like the rain has picked up again quite significantly. Coming down quite significantly here. So Dreamliner tucked in probably for the night here. Again, we have that MD-11 at 9:50. We've got that ambulance fire truck over here to the left of us. Unfortunately, we can't see that because there's a big pillar in the way. Looks like our ERJ 145 is on the move. This one diverted in here earlier. Now they've been stuck here. Nope, that's a Delta. Delta CRJ. Speaking of Delta, we've got Delta 1518 coming in from Atlanta. That one now 8 minutes away, just west of the airport. We've also got the MAX 8 from Vancouver, Air Canada 1068. That one arriving here in just 4 minutes. Got an ambulance about to enter the field here. Ops racing to get them in the gate. It's amazing how many times they're called out here. So there's that American from Los Angeles. The ambulance ready to enter the field over here. So it's going to be a race between Delta and, of course, the Air Canada from Vancouver. Still have another one from Toronto as well. Surprised we didn't have one of those come back here in the alleyway. Possibly, I don't think the MAX will be back here. But possibly that other E175 from Air Canada. As we wait for the ambulance to hit the field here. Ops here guiding them in. No, so the EMS station is just off property on the north end of, and at the end of 23 right. So EMS a little farther away. Alright, so please make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't already. I want to give you guys a little bit of an update. We normally do this at the end of the show, but I want to give you guys an update already. So, we started tonight's show with 5,369 of you guys friends here. We are now at 5,410. So thank you guys for smashing that subscribe button as well as that like button. Great numbers. You guys are going to propel us to 10K before we know it. So thank you guys. We are well on our way to 10K. As we continue to ride out the storm here, I need to put up a live subscriber count so you guys can watch it go through. I don't know if that would be something you guys would be interested in. It's just an idea that I've toyed around with. As the rain picks up once again and the wind starts to blow the rain back in the opposite direction. Now it's coming in this way. Air Canada from Vancouver. So let's see, we've seen a lot of Air Canada, or we're going to. We saw WestJet earlier tonight from Calgary. Last Friday night, that was Swoop. That was really cool. I'd never seen Swoop before. Really enjoyed that pink and white livery. Now this will be our second time catching the Vancouver flight. You can see how hard it's raining there. You can barely see that MAX 8 just beyond the tower. Thank you, Molly. Molly says the FedEx 767 departing here at 9:52. So maybe we'll have the MD-11 and that 767. Maybe they'll go back to back here. Fingers crossed, the MD-11 still departs this evening. The LAX flight still waiting on a gate. Still haven't had that Southwest. There was United, Air Canada, and Southwest in holding earlier. Where did Southwest go? So thank you guys. I'm receiving text messages here in the background here from you guys. Now departing at 10:25. No worries, we'll probably be here for quite some time this evening. Give you guys all kinds of entertainment. Stick around until we don't have too many more planes here. I need to check on that Southwest. Southwest out there. Delta, Air Canada, and then Southwest. So here's our Air Canada from Vancouver, that MAX 8. Again, the blurriness, you guys, is because of the rain. Air Canada coming in with no taillights on. No identification lights. Seems to be a normal occurrence here at RDU. The next Air Canada. No. Delta. Delta 1518 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. 1 hour and 15 minutes of flight time. That's the one you're seeing right there. That's going to be a 737-900. Miss Carolina, here we go. Ooh, that's a good question. Here we go. That's a perfect question for the type of weather we're dealing with here tonight. Again, Miss Carolina trying to make the chat fun for you guys. She really enjoyed Saturday and Sunday being able to sit down and interact with you guys. Will cheated. Just kidding, I don't know. He's covered up by his sweatshirt, so I can't actually tell if he cheated. Did you cheat? You cheated, didn't you? You Google it. So, Delta from Atlanta arriving way late. Normally that flight arrives about 8:30. Seems they were delayed. Again, you could see how hard the rain is off in the distance. You can barely see that next arrival. That next arrival is Air Canada Jazz 673 coming in from Montreal. 1 hour 53 minutes of flight time for that E175. Feels like this storm's just getting started, honestly. It's not letting up, which is okay with me. As many of you guys know, this is my favorite kind of weather. Used to sit out on my front porch in the mountains. We get storms like this all the time. Sit out there and just watch the storms roll in. this Air Canada coming in, they have their ident lights on. Remember, we do have that Air Canada emoji for our members now, finally. $259 likes. Thank you, Molly, for that update. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. Liking what you're seeing. A bit odd for a Wednesday night. Ooh, big streak of lightning across the sky. Next arrival is going to be Southwest. Coming from Pittsburgh, now this is not a normal flight. They were diverted earlier. This is Southwest 994. 737-700. I'm going to stick with Air Canada here, though. I like the look of this at night. Everybody usually loves the look of that logo at night. Let's catch the last little bit here of our Southwest. There you go, Miss Carolina with the answer to her trivia question there. 1 to 2 times a year. Southwest going to give the big spray. As they make the rest of their way in. If you're just joining us, that Dreamliner is from Athens. So that Dreamliner was scheduled to be in Dulles earlier this afternoon. Got Southwest coming from Nashville, Tennessee. Up next, as my flight radar freaks out, Southwest 1330. 1 hour, 4 minutes of flight time for the 737-700. Again, our MD-11 is yet to depart, and neither of our 767 FedEx have departed yet either. Mother Nature puts on one heck of a show for us this evening, as well as us having the planes. Streaks of lightning all across the sky here tonight. Max the Lynx still sitting over in our penalty box over there, waiting for his departure. Thank you, Alan, issuing a flash flood warning. Till 1 a.m. for Wake County. I'll be sure to be careful going home this evening. I live about 20 minutes from here. Quick jaunt up 540. Hopefully nobody did anything stupid and wrecked. I don't run into any traffic on the way home. Hopefully it's smooth sailing all the way home. Alright, where did Air Canada go? I was expecting them to come around the corner here and go to one of the gates back here. Doesn't look like they're going to do that though. LAX flight still sitting there. You guys see the beacon. That is still the Los Angeles flight. Waiting for the gate. I imagine because of all of the diversions, there are lots of planes sitting where they're not supposed to be. So if I just spent almost 5 hours on this plane and I land and I gotta sit here for another hour or whatever it may be, however long they have to sit there, man, I'm gonna be definitely uncomfortable. FedEx now departing at 10:30. Thank you, Molly, for that update. United arriving from Houston in 14 minutes. We do have that Southwest coming in from Nashville, Southwest at 13:30. Could be our next arrival here. So my flight radar does not want to work. It's only showing me the two. There we go. So let's say flight radar is only showing me 2 planes here. Southwest from Norfolk. Again, a lot of these are going to be our diversions. They're going to be coming in from a lot of places that we're not used to seeing. There are a lot of planes making their way in this way, though. Finally. And again, like I said, Max the Lynx waiting for his departure. That Southwest finally popping through the clouds. Southwest at 13:30 from Nashville, Tennessee. So there's a good possibility that I'll be here for that Iceland flight. We're going to hang out as long as possible. Again, I want to try to get our MD-11 and our 767 departures. Normally we're out of here by now. Normally I try to end with the MD-11 departure. Tonight, with the special circumstances, I might as well stay here. That way it keeps me safe. Hopefully all of the storm will be over by the time I leave. So there is a good possibility we'll be here until Iceland. Iceland was supposed to be here at 7 o'clock tonight, 7:30-ish. They diverted it back up to Washington Dulles. Sure, these folks on these planes are not having a good time right now. I'm sure this is a rough ride for a lot of these folks. significantly. So again, that LA flight still sitting there, hanging out, waiting for a gate to open up. Looks like the weather is finally starting to lighten up a little bit here. So let's take a look here at flight radar. We've got United from Houston. Iceland has yet to depart Dulles. Still quite a bit of planes though to come in here. Thank you, Alan, for the update on the weather. Big lightning, lots and lots of lightning in the air tonight, as you guys can see. So we'll see how things work out here. I'll do my best to be as safe as possible heading home tonight. Again, we're trying to get these two heavies out of here, at least trying to get Iceland in here. The Dreamliner, I'm sure, is going to be here until sometime tomorrow. That crew definitely timing out here. Unless they send a crew down from Dulles, I have a feeling they'll be here until tomorrow. I feel bad for these folks on the LAX flight. Shutting down somebody's APU right here below us. Probably one of those American Eagles. Still got that fire truck and the ambulance at gate C10. C8, C10. Between the two there. It's really hard to tell where the lightning is coming from at this point. Alright, now would be a perfect opportunity to get our MD-11 and our 767 out of here. If either one of them have pushed back. Somebody's getting ready to ride a motorcycle out of here. Do you guys hear that? Raleigh 7? I think that's how I pronounce your name. Welcome to the show. Sorry if I butchered your name. I'm horrible at pronouncing names. So 787 Dreamliner again, they'll probably be here until tomorrow. So if anybody's local to the area and you got time off tomorrow, come out here and capture that Dreamliner departure. Again, if it doesn't leave tonight. Got our next arrival from Houston here in just a few minutes. Again, we're going to have a lot of arrivals. All of the ones that were diverted, all of the ones that have been out and holding, all due to arrive soon. That guy on that bike better hurry up and get home. I mean, he's going to get wet either way, but that plane from LA is still sitting over there. It's probably been our second or third really good roll of thunder there. That was a good one. Yeah, this should make a great sleeping video. The sound of the thunder. If you could get the cars out of it, the sound of them hitting that metal thing under there, that would be great. The sound of the planes, the thunder. Alright, so did Houston make their turn? We've got United finally turning on final. A couple more Uniteds, a couple of Deltas out there as well. Hopefully they don't change runways. It feels like the wind is right in my face. So I'm hoping that we don't have a runway change. Fingers crossed. What they're doing over there. How many's over there? 5 emergency vehicles over there? Oh yeah, ops. Fire truck to ambulance. A couple of them over there. Me and Will are talking about how many vehicles are sitting over here with the fire truck and stuff. Speaking of Houston, here comes that Houston flight from United.
Don't worry, y'all. I'm still here somehow. What is it, like 10 p.m. or something?
Ooh, 10:15, and that was fantastic. I hope you guys saw that. Big streak of lightning across the sky right there.
Still here. Ouch. Yeah.
268 likes. Thank you, Molly. Thank you, Alan, for the update. We're about to get hit by another storm.
Let's hope the MD-11 doesn't get delayed even more, because it's already been like an hour, I think.
So that was around 10:13. Oh yeah, I saw it in the replay right there. That was stunning, that lightning strike. We need some more of that. That was awesome.
Lots of emergency vehicles down here at gate C8.
That'll be nice. I might try to make that the thumbnail. That's why I was looking at what time that was. 10:14 p.m. Might try to make that our thumbnail of the show. So Anthony, that's our good friend Will here hanging out with us. He's over on the big microphone chatting up to you guys. Well, that's not good plane Wi-Fi. Hopefully your power just blinks and doesn't stay off there. Ooh, that was a good one too. Dang, we missed it. I was zooming in there on Max. The links. Let's zoom out a little bit, let you guys enjoy some more of that lightning. That lightning seems to be hitting pretty hard right there where Max is at. There we go, we had it in the right spot. Right over Max, the Lynx, that Frontier flight. Sitting there holding in the penalty box, just on the lower right of your screen there. Probably put Max closer to center. So it looks like we got a CRJ from United as well as a Delta. Got an American Eagle coming in as well. Several more arrivals. Again, hopefully our MD-11 will get out of here soon, as well as that FedEx 767. I haven't seen any beacons down that way toward the north ramp. Mother Nature putting on one heck of a show this evening, by the way. I am enjoying every minute of this. So again, thank you guys for liking and subscribing. A lot of you guys, a lot of new subscribers tonight. 418, so we've gained 8 since the last update. So thank you guys. One subscriber away from 50. More lightning off that way. Yeah, they said there's another storm coming. It's another one off to the west. So thank you guys. 276 likes. Thank you everyone. Once again, almost 50 subscribers tonight alone. So thank you guys for enjoying what you're seeing tonight. I know we're a little light on the planes, but that's to be expected when Mother Nature's putting on one heck of a show. Molly's sending out one Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Molly. Up to 23 now. Thank you guys for smashing the subscribe button. And congratulations, by the way, to everybody who received memberships or who became members tonight. You guys get all of the emojis. I don't do too many member shows, and I should probably start posting and doing more for you guys as members. So Shannon, good vibes. Got that one. Thank you, Will, for the update. 282 likes. I think we can hit 300 likes tonight if everybody will smash that like button. $18 away from 300. Hopefully this isn't a bad situation right here as the ambulance rolls out from gate C8. Still got quite a ways left in this evening's show. Again, lots of planes to come in. So once we get all of the planes in, we can end tonight's show. Again, we're trying to get that MD-11 out of here. We're trying to get that 767 FedEx out of here. Both of which are delayed for obvious reasons. Still have that Dreamliner here. Again, that Dreamliner probably won't leave until tomorrow. Hey, Molly's throwing out a like challenge. Molly will gift out one Carolina Aviation membership if we reach 300 likes. Wish I could gift them out one at a time, but unfortunately I have to do it in fives. Yeah, that storm off to the west. That's a lot of lightning over there from the west. Yeah, it's nuts over there to the west. Another big one coming this way. Alright, so let's take a look and see who our next arrival is going to be. Dang, you guys just keep smashing that subscribe button. Thank you guys so much. We're up to 26 now. Well over 50. Be nice if we could get a full 100 out of one episode, one short evening episode. 100 new subscribers, that would be absolutely outstanding. Man, you guys are absolutely awesome tonight. Here is that United. This one coming in from Washington, Dulles. This is a CRJ 550. Again, coming in from Washington, D.C. That's going to be followed by Delta 817 coming in from Boston. That's going to be an A220 300. So we got an A220 on the way. Thank you, Molly, for continuing to update me on the heavies. Our cargo flights out of here tonight, both delayed. Dang, 5 likes away we went up that fast. Holy cow, thank you guys. 5 likes away from 300. On a short show. I want to say short. We've been on the air for almost 5 hours. Remember, Sunday we'll be here. We're going to start early Sunday to avoid as much of the heat as possible on Sunday. Maybe we'll have a nice rainy Sunday, but I don't think it's scheduled, or I say scheduled, in the forecast to have rain this weekend. I haven't looked that far ahead. So it looks like Iceland's finally up on flight radar here, ready to depart Dulles. Saw a little bit of Scandinavian there in that SAS. Still 3 lights away. As we catch Delta in this A220, Delta 817 from Boston, Mass. So we're not sure when this 787 is going to depart here. I'm sure the crew is timed out. They did come in from Athens, Greece, as a diversion from IAD. Mattman gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you so much, Mattman. Mattman, another one of those huge supporters of the channel. Thank you so much, Mattman. As we continue to ride out this storm. So the folks from LA still sitting over here on the taxiway. They've been here, I would say, what, an hour now for the folks that came in from Los Angeles. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of people. Molly gifting that 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Gotta get Matt Mans up there as well. So thank you guys for the support. Once again, you guys are absolutely amazing. 302 likes as Mother Nature continues to give us one heck of a show. We've got a Poughkeepsie. This is a private owner Cessna Citation CJ2 coming in from Poughkeepsie. Ramona with 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. Ramona coming in with all kinds of love tonight. Between the super chat and the 5 Carolina Aviation memberships, thank you so much, Ramona. Lee Barber with 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you guys so much. The membership train has begun. So you guys can kind of see that Cessna Citation there just behind the tower. Still waiting that MD-11 departure. Come on, MD. After the Cessna Citation, we've got American Airlines 1894 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. 28 minutes of flight time for this one. 27 minutes of flight time. Going to arrive in 4 minutes. The storm's now to the north of the airport. $10:55. They keep changing it. Chances are it'll be midnight before the MD-11 departs. If it is that late, we probably won't be here that long. Gonna try and do our best to stay here for Iceland's arrival. Iceland arriving. It'll be about 3.5 hours late. Normally they land around 7:30. This is that Cessna Citation. Got a Southwest just off to the west of the airport as well, coming in from the south. So Iceland's still on the ground there in Washington Dulles. It definitely has, Matt Man. It definitely has. Again, thank you guys for all the support. Thank you guys for watching the show. It's been one heck of an evening here with the storms. We packed up, moved everything, moved down a floor, and you guys all came back to watch the show. Thank you, Molly, with the membership milestone there. Molly, a long time member of the channel. Molly and Vincent both. I'm sure Vincent's in bed. Matt Man agreed. The Sunrise C-17 you definitely can't beat. That episode of the show was absolutely fantastic. All right, here comes American Airlines 1894 coming in from Charlotte. That's going to be that A321. Need to get out here and do some more morning sunrise shows. We need to make a plan to be in Dulles and do, like I said, an early morning show. I need to take a Monday off, so I can have all day Sunday, early morning Sunday, and have time to come home Monday afternoon, Monday evening. So thank you guys for your kind words. Glad you guys have enjoyed tonight. This is definitely my favorite type of show. Again, when we have tropical storms and hurricanes, I tend to come out here too, because I'm nuts like that. Talk about crazy. I'll come out here in a hurricane. Done it before, I'll do it again. Thank you, Will, for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Sunday? Try to Sunday?
It's not whatever it is.
So that was American 1894 from Charlotte. Here we go. We're going to start getting busy. Southwest from Orlando, Southwest 3567. 1 hour, 24 minutes of flight time for this MAX 8. It's going to be followed by another American Airlines. Southwest is going to be followed by American Airlines 600 from Chicago. This MAX 8 for Southwest arriving here in just 1 minute. That's the one you're looking at there on your screen. Looks like Mother Nature's kind of decided to calm down a little bit here. Get all these planes in and hopefully get our two heavies out. Our two freighters. Still quite hazy off in the distance there. Nothing we can do about that. Yeah, it'll be nice to see some of the departures as well. I think Alaska Airlines was the last departure. So we're going to have a lot of arrivals and departures here. Iceland Air fixing to depart Washington Dulles. Thank you, Molly, for that update. I'll hang out as long as you guys are here hanging out with me. Unless it gets to be past midnight, then of course. Because I do need to be up at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning to go to work. If I sleep at all tonight. This is way too exciting. I'm not leaving this. Good evening. Thank you for the kind words. Has LAX started to move yet? Hard to tell. That beacon. There they go. Yeah, it looks like they're going to put them right there. They sat there and waited, I guess because of the ground stop. They had nowhere to put them. So I assume that's why LA's been sitting on the ground here for almost an hour with no movement. Still some storms off to the north. You can see the lightning off in the distance. We've got Southwest from MCO that just touched down. We've got American Airlines from Chicago. That's going to be our next arrival there. American 600 from Chicago. It's going to be followed by another American Airlines here in just a minute. Again, all of the planes are going to make their way in. A little 2-for-1 shot there. The other American getting ready to line up just behind this one. Yeah, it looks pretty bad up to the north there, John. Hey, Max the Lynx getting to move on finally. After taking his time in the penalty box, about an hour or so. No worries, Will. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us this evening. Thank you for helping me get this show moved down a floor. So Max the Lynx in a hurry, as to be expected here. Max looks none too pleased. Is Max leaving? Nope. Max pulling a left turn. Quite possibly headed back to the gates. (11:30 a.m. tomorrow for that Dreamliner. Thank you for the information. Seven 6 on the move. Thank you for that update. Well, we got a whole string of planes coming in. Our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 1566 from Miami. It's going to be another 737-800. The next arrival you see off in the distance there, that is going to be American Airlines 2332. This one coming in from Phoenix, Arizona. Another 737-800. 3 hours 52 minutes of flight time. Mother Nature's still not ready to give up just yet, is she? Do see that FedEx is up on flight radar here. That's 767 ready to go. Now if we get our MD-11 out of here, that will make our night. American's going to be followed by United from Denver. Where is Iceland? Iceland's on the move. They have not departed yet, so we may not stay for the arrival of Iceland. It's about a 43-minute flight. We're already looking at almost 11 p.m. here. The MD-11 on the move. Thank you, Lee. So both of our cargo flights will be departing here in just a few minutes. So this American coming in from Phoenix. Far cry different weather here in Raleigh. Alright, the next arrival is going to be that United 1417 coming in from Denver, Colorado. like our FedEx 767 pulling out there. So again, United from Denver, United at 1417 right here. This is a 737-800, 2 hours, 54 minutes of flight time. I can hear the MD-11 already. Nice back-to-back heavy departures here of our freighters. One to Memphis, one to Louisville. As the United Star Alliance livery touches down here, I didn't even realize it was the Star Alliance. We saw this one in Dulles on Sunday. So we saw both the Star Alliance 737 as well as the 777, excuse me, there in Dulles on Sunday. That was a fantastic afternoon for those two. Ooh, big lightning flash still. Again, Mother Nature not ready to give it up yet. She's still holding on. You can hear of the tri-jets down there at the end of the runway, getting ready for their departure. They should go out here in just a moment. I think we'll end this show with the MD-11. What do you guys think? We'll probably end right at 11 o'clock to give us a solid 5-hour show here. I'm parked so illegally. It's not even funny. I'm actually surprised nobody's come by and said anything about the way my car is parked and where I'm parked. But it's not like we do this every day. And if this other vehicle wanted out of here, they have plenty of room to leave. So I'm not too awfully worried about them. Again, I think the MD is going to be our last departure. We're not going to stay for the Iceland arrival. Iceland leaving now. Looks like we have a Delta. That's Endeavor 5152 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. It's going to be a Delta Connection CRJ 900. That's what you guys are seeing right there. Center of your screen. Drew, good night. Have a wonderful rest of your week. We'll be back on Sunday. Gonna try to start the show a little on the early side Sunday. Beat the heat. Try to be on a lower level to try to beat as much of the heat as possible on Sunday. And of course, I'll give you guys one last update on our subscriber count. Make sure if you haven't subscribed, please go ahead and do so. I'd like to see us hit 100 tonight. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll get to about 60, I'm going to say 68. There's that Delta Connection CRJ. Molly, you gonna come hang out and test out your new camera on Sunday? Thank you, Alan, for the weather update for Sunday. That's a promising day. We'll be on the 6th level anyway to avoid the heat. Again, 92 degrees is absolute torture on the equipment. I got to order a fan tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be here by Saturday. Got to get us a laptop fan. Ramona letting us borrow hers over the weekend, just to make sure that that was the issue we were having with the computer, and in fact it was. So after using her laptop fans, we had no issues. So the MD-11 lurking out there at the end of the runway. We're waiting on them. Alright, our MD-11. I see you moving. Come on. We got about 6 minutes left in tonight's show. The weather is starting to pick up again. I gotta get home, try to get to bed. I gotta be up anywhere from 5 to 7 a.m. tomorrow. Depends on how I'm feeling when I get there. I may just go home and shower up, crash on the couch, just to make sure I get up in the morning, because I never have a good night's sleep on the couch. Who knows what I'll do when I get home. Get it from the Snap-on guy? Yeah, no. I work on cars for a living. I know how expensive that Snap-on guy is. Alright, I'm going to crank it up. Enjoy the MD-11. louder than I anticipated it was going to be tonight. Normally it's not that loud, but I guess weather conditions have it in. It's the noise best interest. All right, next arrival is Delta 1275 coming in from Tampa. We've got about 4 minutes left here in the show. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys that last subscriber count. We're gonna look here at the tower, but this will end tonight's show. All right, so let's see, where did we get to on our subscribers? 438 subscribers. So we're one subscriber away from 60, 70. No, hold on, I gotta do the math. Math is hard. 69. So we are one subscriber away from 70 today alone. So thank you guys. If you haven't yet subscribed, please do so. Again, one subscriber away from 70. Just want to thank you guys for joining us for, well, a weird night. Started off nice and calm, ending now with Mother Nature finally calming down after some big storms this evening. Lightning still in the area. I'm going to put you over here on the Dreamliner from United Airlines. Again, this one came in from Athens, headed to Dulles. She timed out and is now done. So anyway, all right, you guys have a wonderful evening. We will see you guys on Sunday. Thank you guys.